The Argonians have always been among the most mysterious peoples of Tamriel, but during the Oblivion Crisis, they became something else entirely. They became the unstoppable force that even Mehrunes Dagon himself couldn't conquer. While the rest of Tamriel burned under demonic invasion, the lizard folk of Black Marsh didn't just survive the crisis, they turned the tables so completely that the Daedra were forced to close their own Oblivion gates to prevent further losses. Tonight, we're diving deep into the swamps of Argonia to uncover how a people long dismissed as primitive slaves became the only province to emerge from the Oblivion Crisis stronger than when it began. This is a story of ancient prophecy, mystical communion with sentient trees, and a level of organized warfare that shocked even the Empire's greatest military minds. But to understand how the Argonians achieved the impossible during those dark years, we need to first explore what made them so different from every other race on Tamriel. The answer lies in their connection to something far older and more powerful than any Daedric prince: the Hist trees that have watched over Black Marsh since before the first men crossed the ice bridge from Atmora. The relationship between Argonian and Hist goes beyond simple worship or even symbiosis. It represents a form of consciousness that exists nowhere else in the known world, a collective intelligence that spans generations and connects every scale-bearing child of the marsh through mystical sap that flows like liquid memory through their veins. When the Oblivion Gates began tearing holes in reality across Tamriel, this ancient network would prove to be exactly what the Argonians needed to mount a defense unlike anything the forces of Oblivion had ever encountered. Long before Martin Septim lit the dragonfires in the Temple of the One, before the hero of Kvatch ever set foot in an Oblivion Gate, the Hist were already preparing their children for war. The trees had sensed something coming, a disturbance in the very fabric of reality that would threaten not just the Argonians, but all life on Nirn. Through dreams and visions shared in the sacred groves, through the communion of sap that bound every Argonian to their ancestral guardians, the Hist began to whisper of changes that must come. These weren't the desperate preparations of a people caught off guard. The Hist had existed since the Dawn era, had witnessed the rise and fall of the Dwemer, had watched the dragon break tear time itself apart. They understood patterns that mortal minds couldn't grasp, could see threats approaching across the currents of fate, like ripples spreading across still water. When they began calling their scattered children home to Black Marsh, it wasn't panic. It was the calculated mobilization of a force that had been planning for this moment, since before most of the other races had learned to build cities. The first sign that something extraordinary was happening came in the form of mass migrations. Argonian slaves throughout the Empire began disappearing from their masters' estates, not fleeing in terror or rebellion, but simply vanishing into the night with a purposefulness that suggested coordination on an impossible scale. Imperial authorities initially assumed they were dealing with some sort of underground railroad, perhaps organized by sympathetic Dunmer or ambitious thieves looking to profit from slave trafficking. They were wrong on every count. What they were witnessing was the largest organized homecoming in Argonian history, orchestrated not by mortal conspirators, but by the collective will of the Hist themselves. Every Argonian who had been taken from Black Marsh, whether as slave or refugee, whether born in captivity or sold as a child, felt the same irresistible pull drawing them back toward the deep swamps of their homeland. It was a summons that transcended language, distance, and even individual will. Some tried to resist the calling, particularly those who had built lives in the imperial provinces or found acceptance among other races. But the Hist's influence worked through channels deeper than conscious thought. Dreams began to plague them, visions of burning cities, of creatures pouring through tears in the sky, of their people standing united against an enemy that would show no mercy to scale or fur or flesh. The dreams carried with them an understanding that this was not a request, but a necessity. that the survival of their entire race hung in the balance. As word of these disappearances spread through the empire, different provinces reacted in different ways. In Cyrodiil, where Argonian slaves were relatively rare and often employed in specialized roles, their absence was noted, but not particularly mourned. The imperial bureaucracy was more concerned with the potential economic disruption than with the fate of the missing individuals. In Morrowind, however, the situation was far more serious. The great houses of the Dunmer had built their economy on the backs of Argonian labor. Entire plantations depended on their knowledge of swampland agriculture, their resistance to disease, and their ability to work in conditions that would kill other races. When hundreds of thousands of Argonian slaves simply vanished within the span of a few months, it sent shockwaves through Dunmer society that would contribute to the chaos that followed when the Oblivion gates began opening. But perhaps most telling was the reaction in Black Marsh itself. The few Imperial observers stationed in the province reported something unprecedented. Argonians who had never left their home swamps were also on the move, traveling toward locations that seemed to hold no strategic or economic value. Ancient sites where the Hist grew thickest, forgotten temples that predated even the earliest Dunmer settlements, sacred groves that had been left untouched for generations, suddenly became gathering points for thousands of returning children. The Imperial authorities completely misunderstood what they were seeing. Their reports speak of refugee camps and humanitarian crises, of the need to provide food and shelter for displaced populations. They failed to grasp that what they were witnessing wasn't chaos, but organization of a type their minds simply couldn't comprehend. The Argonians weren't gathering because they had nowhere else to go. They were gathering because the Hist had called them home for a purpose that would soon become terrifyingly clear. In the deepest parts of Black Marsh, where the swamps gave way to waterways so ancient they remembered the world before the gods walked among mortals, the true scope of the Hist's preparations began to reveal itself. The trees themselves were changing, their bark darkening to deeper shades of amber and crimson, their sap flowing more freely than it had in centuries. Those Argonians who served as conduits between their people and the Hist reported visions of unprecedented clarity and urgency. The visions spoke of gates that would tear holes between worlds, of an invasion that would sweep across Tamriel like wildfire. But more importantly, they revealed that this invasion would follow patterns the Hist could predict and counter. The Daedra would strike first at the seats of power, at the great cities where mortal authority was concentrated. They would expect resistance from armies and mages, from heroes wielding legendary weapons, and emperors calling upon ancient pacts. What they would not expect was for an entire province to transform itself into a weapon specifically designed to turn their own tactics against them. The Hist had learned from watching countless invasions throughout history. They understood that the key to defeating an overwhelming force wasn't to meet it head-on, but to ensure that every step forward became a step into deeper danger, that every victory carried within it the seeds of eventual defeat. The physical transformation of the Argonians themselves was perhaps the most remarkable aspect of this preparation. Those who participated in the deepest communions with the Hist began to exhibit changes that went far beyond the natural variations seen in their species. Some grew larger and more muscular, their scales hardening into natural armor that could turn aside steel blades. Others became faster and more agile, their limbs extending and their reflexes sharpening to superhuman levels. But the most dramatic changes were seen in those who would serve as the living weapons of the Hist's grand strategy. These Argonians underwent transformations so radical that they could barely be recognized as the same species that had once served as slaves throughout the Empire. Their claws grew longer and sharper, their teeth became rows of razors, their very blood became acidic enough to eat through metal. They were being reforged into something that could fight demons on their own terms, creatures that could survive in the hellish landscapes of Oblivion itself. These transformations weren't random mutations or desperate adaptations. Every change served a specific purpose in the grand design the Hist were weaving. Some Argonians developed the ability to see in perfect darkness. making them ideal for navigating the twisted corridors of Oblivion's towers. Others grew gills that could filter poisonous gases, allowing them to breathe in environments that would choke other mortals. Still others developed a form of natural camouflage that made them nearly invisible in the shadowy realms beyond the gates. The process wasn't without cost. Many Argonians didn't survive the deeper transformations, their bodies unable to handle the radical changes being wrought upon them. Others emerged from the sacred pools changed in ways that made them barely recognizable as the individuals they had once been. But those who did survive became something new, living proof that evolution itself could be accelerated and directed when guided by intelligence old enough to understand the deepest secrets of life and growth. As news of these changes began to filter out of Black Marsh, the few Imperial observers who remained in the province sent increasingly frantic reports back to the capital. They wrote of witnessing Argonians who could tear through solid stone with their bare claws, of warriors who seemed to feel no pain, even when struck by weapons that should have been fatal, of entire tribes that moved through the swamps with a coordination that suggested they were sharing a single mind. The Imperial response was predictably bureaucratic. Committees were formed to study the reports, scholars were consulted about the precedents for such transformations, and eventually, a small investigative force was dispatched to determine whether these accounts represented genuine threats to Imperial authority or simply the exaggerations of nervous frontier officials. That investigative force was never heard from again. The last message received from their commander spoke of finding abandoned Imperial outposts and evidence of some sort of organized withdrawal from the deeper parts of the province. More disturbing still, the message mentioned discovering structures that hadn't been there in previous surveys. Towers and fortifications that seemed to have grown from the swamp itself, their walls pulsing with the same rhythm as a living heartbeat. What the investigators had stumbled upon were the first signs of the Hist's military preparations taking physical form. The trees weren't just transforming their children, they were reshaping the landscape of Black Marsh itself, turning the entire province into a fortress designed to channel and contain the coming invasion. Ancient route networks were being reconfigured into communication systems that could relay information across thousands of miles in minutes. Swamplands were being drained and re-flooded according to patterns that would create killing fields where Daedric forces could be trapped and destroyed. Most remarkably, the Hist were growing new structures entirely. Living buildings that could heal themselves when damaged. Fortifications that could move and adapt to changing tactical situations. Weapon platforms that drew their power directly from the earth itself. These weren't constructed in the traditional sense, but cultivated, nurtured into existence through the same processes that had created the Argonians themselves. By the time the first Oblivion gates began opening across Tamriel, Black Marsh had become something unprecedented in the history of warfare. An entire province transformed into a single, unified military organism. Every tree, every stream, every creature that called the swamps home had been woven into a defensive network that could respond to threats with the speed of thought and the coordination of a single, vast intelligence. The Argonians who had answered the Hist's call found themselves part of something greater than any army that had ever marched across Tamriel. They weren't just soldiers following orders. They were cells in a living weapon that had been forged specifically to turn the Daedra's own strengths against them. When the gates finally opened and Mehrunes Dagon's forces began pouring into their homeland, they would discover that they hadn't invaded a province of primitive lizard folk. They had walked into a trap that had been 3,000 years in the making. The first Oblivion gate to tear open in Black Marsh appeared on the border between Shadowfen and Thornmarsh, manifesting in a burst of crimson light that turned the morning mist into bloody vapor. Imperial records from the period suggest that this gate opened several hours before similar portals began appearing across the rest of Tamriel, leading some scholars to theorize that Mehrunes Dagon had specifically chosen the province as his initial testing ground. If that was indeed the case, It would prove to be one of the most catastrophic miscalculations in the history of Daedric warfare. The first wave of Daedra to emerge from the gate consisted of standard shock troops, scamps, clanfears, and a handful of Dremora warriors equipped with enchanted weapons and armor. By all conventional military wisdom, they should have been able to establish a secure beachhead within hours. Black Marsh had no standing army to speak of, no fortified cities that could mount organized resistance, and no apparent leadership structure that could coordinate a meaningful defense. What the invaders found instead was silence. The Argonians who lived in the immediate vicinity of the gate had simply vanished, leaving behind settlements that showed no signs of panic or hasty evacuation. Cooking fires still smoldered in their hearths, tools lay abandoned in mid-use, and personal belongings remained undisturbed in their homes. To the Daedric commanders, it appeared that the local population had fled at the first sign of danger, exactly as mortal prey was expected to behave. They began their advance with the confidence of predators who had already identified their quarry as helpless. The lead elements of the invasion force spread out through the surrounding swampland, following what appeared to be well-established trails toward larger population centers. Their orders were simple: establish control over key transportation routes, capture or eliminate any organized resistance, and prepare the way for the massive armies that would follow once the gate had been fully stabilized. The first sign that something was wrong came when the advance scouts failed to report back. Dremora patrol leaders initially attributed this to the challenging terrain. The twisted waterways and dense vegetation of Black Marsh had claimed many unwary travelers over the centuries. But as more and more units disappeared without trace, a pattern began to emerge that couldn't be explained by simple navigational hazards. The vanished Daedra weren't just getting lost. They were being systematically eliminated by something that struck without warning and left no evidence of its presence. No bodies were found. No signs of struggle marked the locations where entire patrols had last been seen. The swamp seemed to be swallowing the invaders whole, digesting them so completely that even their Daedric essence failed to return to the plains of Oblivion upon their destruction. What the Daedra couldn't understand was that they weren't fighting an enemy in any conventional sense. The Argonians hadn't fled. They had become part of the swamp itself. The transformations wrought by the Hist had gone far beyond simple physical enhancement. The most skilled of the returning children had been given the ability to merge temporarily with the living ecosystem of Black Marsh, becoming one with the trees and waters and mud in ways that made detection impossible. These shadow warriors moved through their transformed homeland like antibodies through a living organism, guided by the collective intelligence of the Hist toward threats that needed to be neutralized. They struck from positions that shouldn't have been able to conceal anything larger than a small bird, materializing from solid tree trunks, or rising from waters that were barely ankle deep. Their attacks were surgical in their precision, designed not just to kill, but to spread fear and confusion among the surviving invaders. The psychological impact was devastating. Daedra, who had conquered countless mortal realms, found themselves jumping at shadows, seeing threats in every ripple of water and every rustle of leaves. Their commanders struggled to maintain discipline as reports filtered back of impossible attacks, warriors torn apart by creatures that vanished before they could be properly identified, weapons and armor corroded by acids that seemed to seep from the very air, entire units found dead with expressions of terror frozen on their faces, but bearing no visible wounds. As the initial invasion force began to falter, reinforcements poured through the gate in ever-increasing numbers. Dremora lords, who had earned their ranks through millennia of successful conquests, took personal command of the operation, bringing with them siege engines and magical weapons that had broken the defenses of heaven itself during the ancient wars. Surely, they reasoned, whatever primitive tricks the mortals were employing could be overcome through the application of overwhelming force. They were about to learn that the Hist had been preparing for exactly this response. The deeper the Daedric forces pushed into Black Marsh, the more the landscape itself seemed to turn against them. Solid ground would suddenly give way beneath the weight of heavy siege equipment, plunging expensive war machines into sinkholes that appeared to have opened spontaneously. Rivers would change course overnight, stranding supply barges in newly formed swampland, or washing away carefully constructed bridges. Even the weather seemed to conspire against the invaders, with localized storms appearing whenever they attempted to establish fortified positions. But these weren't natural phenomena. They were the visible manifestations of the Hist's control over their domain. The ancient trees were reshaping the very geography of Black Marsh in real time, turning familiar terrain into a maze of traps and obstacles, specifically designed to channel the invaders toward predetermined killing grounds. Every step the Daedra took was being guided by an intelligence that understood their tactics better than they understood them themselves. The first major engagement of the war took place at what Imperial cartographers had labelled the Thornmarsh Confluence, where several major waterways converged in a natural amphitheatre surrounded by towering cypress trees. A full legion of Dremora warriors, supported by Chivalry battle mages and a company of armoured Daedroth, had been advancing along the main channel when they found their way blocked by what appeared to be a hastily constructed barricade of fallen logs and marsh debris. The Daedric commander ordered a direct assault, confident that his forces could smash through such primitive fortifications within minutes. The attack began at dawn, with waves of flying scamps providing aerial reconnaissance, while the heavy infantry prepared to charge across the shallow water. Everything proceeded according to standard doctrine, until the moment the first Dremora warrior set foot on what he believed to be solid ground. The logs in the barricade weren't deadwood at all, but living Hist saplings that had been grown and shaped specifically for this encounter. At a signal that passed through the root network faster than lightning, the entire structure came alive. Branches that had appeared brittle and lifeless suddenly sprouted razor-sharp thorns, while hidden root systems erupted from the swamp floor to entangle the legs of advancing warriors. The water itself seemed to thicken and cling, making movement nearly impossible while providing perfect concealment for the Argonian defenders who rose from its depths like nightmares given form. The battle lasted less than an hour, but its aftermath would haunt Daedric military doctrine for generations to come. An entire legion, nearly 3,000 elite warriors who had never known defeat, was utterly annihilated without inflicting significant casualties on their attackers. The few survivors who managed to retreat back to the gate brought with them tales of an enemy that fought like no mortal force they had ever encountered. The Argonians hadn't simply ambushed them. They had orchestrated a symphony of destruction that turned every element of the battlefield into a weapon. Warriors who tried to retreat found their path blocked by trees that hadn't been there moments before. Those who attempted to use magic discovered that their spells were being drained away by the swamp itself, their power absorbed and redirected by a network of living conduits that stretched across the entire province. Even death offered no escape. As the acidic waters of the marsh dissolved, Daedric remained so thoroughly that their spirits couldn't find anchor points for regeneration. Word of the disaster spread quickly through the Daedric ranks, but rather than inspiring caution, it only served to anger Mehrunes Dagon's field commanders. The Prince of Destruction had not conquered 16 planes of existence by retreating from difficult battles. If the mortals of Black Marsh wanted to play at being clever, they would learn what happened when cleverness met the raw power of Oblivion. The second wave of the invasion was 3 times larger than the first, consisting of forces that had been held in reserve for the conquest of major imperial cities. Ancient siege demons that had brought down the walls of the battle spire itself were awakened from their slumber and sent through the gates. Magical weapons capable of leveling mountains were deployed against what the Daedra still insisted on viewing as a primitive backwater province populated by escaped slaves. But the Hist had been watching, learning, adapting. Every tactic the invaders employed was analysed and countered before it could be fully implemented. The great siege demons found themselves trapped in quicksand, that had been specifically engineered to neutralize their massive bulk. The magical weapons misfired or exploded in their wielders' hands, their targeting systems confused by interference patterns generated by the Hist's own mystical emanations. Most crucially, the Argonians themselves continued to evolve. Each engagement with the Daedric forces provided new data about their enemies' capabilities and weaknesses, information that was instantly shared across the entire population through the Hist network. Warriors who survived encounters with particular types of demons would find their bodies adapting to better counter those specific threats. Those who witnessed new Daedric weapons would develop immunities to their effects. The entire species was learning and changing at a rate that made conventional military adaptation look glacially slow. By the time the third major battle was fought, this one at a location the Argonians called the Bleeding Grove, the transformation was complete. The creatures that emerged from the swamp to face the Daedric host bore only passing resemblance to the Argonians of Imperial record. Some stood 12 feet tall, their scales hardened into natural plate armor that could deflect even enchanted weapons. Others moved with inhuman speed, their limbs elongated and their reflexes enhanced to the point where they could dodge spells in mid-flight. But perhaps most disturbing to the Daedric observers were those Argonians who seemed to phase in and out of reality itself, existing simultaneously in multiple dimensions. These wraith-like warriors could strike from angles that shouldn't have been geometrically possible, appearing inside enemy formations or attacking from directions that led nowhere. They represented the ultimate expression of the Hist's mastery over the fundamental forces of existence, living proof that mortal flesh could be reshaped to match any challenge. The Battle of the Bleeding Grove lasted 3 days and nights, with neither side able to claim decisive victory. But when the fighting finally ended, it was clear that something unprecedented had occurred. For the first time in the history of Daedric warfare, an invasion force had been fought to a complete standstill by mortal defenders. The Oblivion Gate that had seemed so threatening just weeks before now appeared vulnerable, its defenders bloodied and demoralized while their enemies grew stronger with each passing hour. It was at this point that the true genius of the Hist strategy became apparent. They hadn't been trying to simply repel the invasion. They had been using it as a training exercise, a way to prepare their children for something far more ambitious. The defensive phase of the war was over. Now it was time to take the fight to the enemy's home ground. The decision to carry the war into Oblivion itself wasn't made by any mortal general or council of war. It emerged from the collective consciousness of the Hist, like a tide turning, inevitable and unstoppable. Through the mystical network that connected every transformed Argonian to their ancient guardians, a single understanding rippled across Black Marsh. The time for defense had passed. Now, they would show the Daedra what it meant to face an enemy that could adapt faster than they could respond. The first indication that something fundamental had changed came when Daedric scouts reported that the Argonians had simply vanished from the battlefield around the Oblivion Gate. Not retreated, not regrouped, vanished. The swamplands that had been crawling with hostile forces just hours before now lay empty and silent, as if the entire population of Black Marsh had been spirited away by some incomprehensible magic. The Daedric commanders initially interpreted this as a victory. Perhaps the mortals had finally recognized the futility of their resistance and fled to some distant corner of their province to cower in hiding. Orders were issued to begin the systematic occupation of abandoned territories, to establish supply lines and fortified positions that would support the next phase of the invasion. The Great Gate itself began expanding, its crimson energies reaching out to tear larger holes in reality, so that even more terrible forces could pour through. But the Hist had taught their children well about the art of misdirection. While the Daedra celebrated their apparent triumph and prepared for the easy conquest they believed lay ahead, thousands of transformed Argonians were gathering in the deepest parts of Black Marsh, in places where the boundary between the mortal world and the realm of pure spirit grew thin. These weren't the settlements marked on imperial maps, or the trading posts where outlanders might venture. These were the true heart of Argonian civilization, the sacred groves where the oldest Hist grew, their roots extending down through layers of reality that predated the current Kalpa. In these hidden sanctuaries, the final preparations for the counter-assault were taking place. The Argonians, who had survived the battles against the Daedric invasion forces, were undergoing one last transformation, more radical than anything that had come before. The Hist were preparing to send their children into the very heart of Oblivion, and mortal flesh, no matter how enhanced, would not be sufficient for such a journey. The process was unlike anything witnessed in the history of Tamriel. Warriors who entered the sacred pools emerged as something that existed simultaneously in multiple planes of existence. Their physical forms became fluid, able to shift and adapt to whatever environment they encountered. More importantly, they developed the ability to survive in the hostile atmosphere of Oblivion itself, to breathe the sulphurous air and walk upon ground that burned with the fires of creation and destruction. But these transformations came with a cost that would have horrified the Argonians of earlier eras. Those who underwent the final change lost much of what had made them individuals. Their personalities, their memories, their personal desires and fears, all of it was subsumed into the greater consciousness of the Hist. They became living extensions of their ancient guardian's will, perfect weapons guided by an intelligence that spanned millennia. The few Imperial observers who witnessed this final transformation before communication with Black Marsh was lost entirely described it in terms that bordered on the mystical. They wrote of Argonians walking into the sacred pools as individuals and emerging as something closer to force of nature, beings that moved with perfect coordination and seemed to share a single, implacable purpose. Their reports speak of warriors whose eyes held the accumulated wisdom of every history in Black Marsh, who knew instinctively how to counter threats they had never encountered because the knowledge flowed to them through channels deeper than conscious thought. When the transformed Argonians finally moved against the Oblivion Gate, they did so with a coordination that defied conventional military understanding. There were no orders given, no signals passed between units, no complex tactical maneuvers that required communication or planning. Instead, thousands of warriors moved as a single organism, each individual perfectly positioned to support the actions of every other, their assault timed to the microsecond by the collective intelligence that guided them. The Daedric forces guarding the gate had been expecting another defensive action, perhaps a desperate attempt to destroy the portal before more reinforcements could arrive. What they faced instead was something unprecedented in the annals of warfare, an invasion force that was somehow perfectly adapted to fight in conditions that should have been instantly lethal to any mortal creature. The transformed Argonians didn't charge the gate like conventional attackers. They flowed toward it like water finding its level, their forms shifting and changing as they moved to present the smallest possible target to defending archers while maintaining perfect offensive capability. When Daedric spells struck them, the magical energy was absorbed and redirected through the same mystical network that connected them to the Hist. When physical weapons found their mark, the wounds closed almost instantly, healed by power drawn from sources that existed outside the normal flow of magicka. The battle for control of the gate lasted less than an hour, but its outcome sent shockwaves through every level of Daedric command. An Oblivion Gate, a manifestation of Mehrunes Dagon's own power, defended by forces that had conquered entire planes of existence, had been captured by mortal attackers, not destroyed, not closed, but seized and held like any other strategic position. But the Argonians weren't interested in merely controlling the gate. They wanted to use it for its intended purpose, as a bridge between worlds. The first wave of transformed warriors disappeared into the Crimson Portal, their forms adapting to the alien environment of Oblivion as they crossed the threshold. What they found on the other side would reshape their understanding of their enemy and provide the intelligence needed for the campaigns that were to follow. Oblivion, as experienced by mortal visitors, was a realm of constant torment, designed to break the will and crush the spirit of any living thing. The air itself was poison. The ground burned with unquenchable fire, and the very geometry of space seemed to twist and fold in ways that drove rational minds to madness. It was a place where only the most powerful heroes could survive for more than a few minutes, and even then only with the aid of magical protections and divine blessing. The transformed Argonians found it merely uncomfortable. Their enhanced physiology allowed them to breathe the toxic atmosphere without ill effect. Their modified nervous systems registered the hostile environment as a mild irritation rather than an existential threat. Most importantly, their connection to the Hist remained intact even in the heart of a Daedric realm, providing them with guidance and support that no previous mortal invasion force had possessed. Through the eyes of their advanced scouts, the Hist began to map the interior structure of the Oblivion realm that lay beyond the gate. What they discovered challenged every assumption about Daedric military organization that had been held by mortal scholars for centuries. The realm wasn't just a fortress or a staging area. It was a vast industrial complex dedicated to the production of war materials and the training of invasion forces. Massive foundries worked day and night to produce weapons and armor, their fires fed by the souls of conquered mortals. Training grounds stretched to the horizon, filled with recruits from a dozen different planes of existence, learning to fight in the conditions they would encounter on Nirn command centers, coordinated the movement of armies across multiple realities, their crystal viewing screens showing battles raging on worlds whose names existed in no mortal tongue. It was a military machine of unprecedented scope and sophistication, and it was completely unprepared for the type of warfare the Argonians were about to unleash upon it. The transformed warriors moved through the Oblivion realm like a plague, their presence corrupting the very foundations of Daedric power. Where conventional invaders would have sought to destroy key installations through brute force, the Argonians attacked the realm's mystical infrastructure. They severed the ley lines that channeled energy to the great foundries. They corrupted the summoning circles that brought fresh troops from distant planes. They infected the command crystals with a form of spiritual virus that spread through the entire communication network. Most devastating of all, they began to turn the realm's own defenses against itself. The Hist had learned much from their study of Daedric tactics during the initial invasion of Black Marsh. Now, they applied that knowledge in reverse, using the Daedra's own methods to sow chaos and confusion among the defenders. Guard posts found their orders changing without explanation. Supply convoys were redirected to empty wasteland. Entire battalions received contradictory commands that sent them marching in circles while their positions were systematically dismantled by forces they never saw coming. The psychological impact on the Daedric defenders was perhaps even more significant than the physical damage. For beings who had spent eternity as the predators in every conflict they had ever known, the experience of being hunted in their own realm was profoundly disorienting. Dremora lords who had commanded respect and fear for millennia found themselves jumping at shadows, seeing enemies in every twisted spire and burning chasm. Reports began filtering back to the deeper levels of the Oblivion realm, reports that spoke of mortal invaders who seemed immune to the very nature of the plane itself. These weren't heroes armed with legendary weapons or protected by divine intervention. These were creatures that had somehow evolved beyond the limitations of mortal flesh, becoming something that could exist comfortably in conditions that should have been instantly lethal. As news of the invasion spread through the Daedric hierarchy, different factions began responding in different ways. Some commanders attempted to mount organized counterattacks, marshalling their forces for conventional battles against an enemy they still didn't fully understand. Others retreated to heavily fortified positions, hoping to weather the storm until reinforcements could arrive from other realms. A few of the more perceptive Daedric lords began to realize that they were facing something entirely new, an enemy that had turned evolution itself into a weapon. But perhaps the most disturbing reports came from the deepest reconnaissance missions, where Daedric scouts had attempted to track the Argonian invaders back to their point of origin. What they found challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of reality itself. The transformed warriors weren't just visiting Oblivion, they were changing it. Everywhere they went, the hostile environment began to shift and adapt, becoming more hospitable to mortal life, while growing increasingly toxic to Daedric existence. The Hist, it seemed, were extending their influence across the barriers between worlds. The same mystical network that had transformed Black Marsh into a living weapon was now reaching into the heart of Oblivion itself, spreading like a spiritual infection that converted enemy territory into extensions of their own domain. Rivers of pure water began flowing through landscapes that had known only fire and ash. Groves of alien trees took root in soil that had been barren for millennia. The very air began to clear, becoming breathable for creatures that had never been meant to exist in such a place. The Daedric response to this fundamental violation of their realm's nature was swift and brutal. Mehrunes Dagon himself began to take a personal interest in the situation, directing resources from a dozen other invasion fronts to deal with what was rapidly becoming an existential threat to his entire operation. Legions of his most elite warriors were recalled from the siege of Imperial City. Ancient weapons that had been held in reserve for the final assault on the White Gold Tower were deployed against the Argonian incursion. But every escalation by the Daedric forces was met with an equal and opposite adaptation by their enemies. The Hist had spent the early stages of the conflict learning how their opponents fought, studying their tactics and capabilities with the patience of beings who measured time in geological ages. Now, they applied that knowledge with surgical precision, countering each new threat before it could fully manifest. When Dagon sent his fire demons to burn away the alien vegetation that was corrupting his realm, the Argonians revealed warriors who had been transformed into living embodiments of water and growth. When elite Dremora battalions armed with weapons that could cut through reality itself were deployed, they found themselves facing enemies who existed partially outside normal space-time, making them nearly impossible to target effectively. When magical plagues designed to corrupt mortal flesh were unleashed, they discovered that their opponent's biology was so fundamentally altered that conventional poisons and diseases had no effect whatsoever. The war in Oblivion began to take on characteristics that defied every established principle of military science. Battles were fought in multiple dimensions simultaneously, with victories and defeats measured not in territory gained or lost, but in the degree to which reality itself was being reshaped by the combatants. The transformed Argonians moved through the alien landscape, like antibodies through a diseased organism, systematically identifying and neutralizing threats to the greater health of the whole. As the conflict intensified, reports began reaching the command centers on other planes of existence, reports that spoke of entire sectors of Mehrunes Dagon's realm going dark, their communication crystals falling silent, and their energy signatures simply vanishing from the mystical monitoring networks. Reconnaissance missions sent to investigate these dead zones returned with accounts that bordered on the impossible. The missing sectors hadn't been destroyed in any conventional sense. They had been transformed into something else entirely, pocket dimensions where the fundamental laws of physics operated according to principles that served the Hist's grand design, rather than the chaotic energies of Oblivion. These zones had become beachheads for further expansion, staging areas from which the Argonian forces could launch deeper strikes into the heart of Daedric territory. But perhaps most disturbing of all were the reports of what happened to Daedric forces that ventured into these transformed regions. They didn't die in the traditional sense. Death, after all, was merely a temporary inconvenience for beings of pure spirit. Instead, they were changed. Their essential nature was gradually altered until they began serving purposes that aligned with the Hist's greater plan rather than their original Daedric imperative. Some became scouts and messengers, carrying information between different sectors of the expanding Argonian-controlled territory. Others took on roles as builders and engineers, using their innate understanding of mystical architecture to construct fortifications and supply networks. A few of the most adaptable were integrated so completely into the Hist network that they began developing characteristics normally associated with mortal consciousness, individual personality, emotional attachment, and the capacity for growth and change that defined living beings. The implications of this transformation process sent shockwaves through every level of Daedric society. If the Argonians could convert Daedra to their cause, if they could literally rewrite the fundamental nature of immortal spirits, then no realm was truly safe from their influence. The war in Black Marsh was no longer a simple matter of conquest and resistance. It had become a conflict over the very nature of existence itself. As reports of these impossibilities reached the highest levels of Daedric command, a consensus began to emerge among Mehrunes Dagon's advisors. The situation in Black Marsh had spiraled beyond anything they had prepared for. The mortal province that they had selected as an easy target for their initial assault had somehow become a threat to the stability of Oblivion itself. Every day the conflict continued, more of Dagon's realm was lost to the spreading influence of the Hist. The Prince of Destruction faced a choice that no Daedric lord had ever been forced to make in the entire history of their species. He could continue pouring resources into a conflict that was rapidly consuming his entire military apparatus, or he could acknowledge that he had encountered an enemy capable of matching his power and retreat, while he still could. For a being whose very nature was defined by the urge to conquer and destroy, the decision was agonizing. But as the transformed zones continued to expand, and more of his forces were converted to serve alien purposes, the logical course of action became unavoidable. Orders went out across the Daedric communication networks. Orders that had never been given in any previous campaign. The invasion of Black Marsh was to be abandoned. All gates leading to that province were to be closed immediately. Any forces still operating in Argonian territory were to withdraw through whatever portals remained open, and if withdrawal proved impossible, they were to consider themselves expendable assets. But the Hist were not content to simply see their enemies retreat. As the Daedric forces began their withdrawal from Black Marsh, they found that the transformed Argonians were not willing to let them depart unmolested. The hunters had become the hunted, and the predators who had terrorized countless mortal realms now found themselves fleeing for their existence from an enemy that had learned to use their own methods against them. The final phase of the Oblivion Crisis in Black Marsh began not with the closing of gates, but with their capture. As Daedric forces attempted to retreat through the portals that had brought them to the mortal world, they discovered that those same portals were now under Argonian control. The transformed warriors had learned to operate the gate mechanisms, to redirect their destinations and manipulate their size and stability. What had begun as an invasion of Black Marsh was about to become something unprecedented in the history of the multiverse, a counter-invasion of Oblivion itself, launched by mortals who had evolved beyond the limitations that had always defined their species. The Hist had spent millennia preparing for this moment, and now their children were ready to carry the war to the very heart of their enemy's power. The age of Daedric supremacy was about to face its greatest challenge, and the outcome would reshape the balance of power between the mortal world and the planes of Oblivion for generations to come. The retreat from Black Marsh became a rout unlike anything witnessed in the annals of Daedric warfare. As Mehrunes Dagon's forces attempted to withdraw through the gates they had used to enter the mortal realm, they discovered that their escape routes had become death traps. The Argonians hadn't simply learned to operate the portal mechanisms. They had fundamentally altered how they functioned, turning each gate into a selective barrier that allowed passage in only one direction. Daedric warriors who had fought their way back to what they believed was safety found themselves trapped in a nightmarish limbo between worlds. the gates would accept them readily enough, drawing them into the swirling crimson vortex that promised transport back to familiar territory. But instead of emerging in the staging areas and command posts they expected, they materialized in carefully prepared killing grounds, where transformed Argonians waited with the patience of apex predators. These weren't the random ambushes that had characterized the early stages of the conflict. The Hist had used their time wisely, studying the flow patterns of Daedric retreat and anticipating every possible route their enemies might take. Each gate had been converted into a funnel that channeled fleeing forces into predetermined locations where the terrain, the lighting, even the atmospheric composition had been optimized for Argonian tactical advantages. The psychological impact of this reversal was devastating to Daedric morale. Warriors who had spent eternity as the ultimate predators found themselves herded like cattle towards slaughter. The very portals that represented their connection to home and safety had been turned against them by an enemy that seemed to understand their nature better than they understood it themselves. Reports began filtering through the Daedric command structure, describing retreat routes that led not to safety, but to transformation chambers, where captured warriors were subjected to the same consciousness-altering processes that had created the Hist's living weapons. But perhaps most disturbing were the accounts of what happened to those Daedra who did manage to reach familiar territory. The few survivors who made it back to the deeper levels of Oblivion brought with them something far worse than news of military defeat. They carried a spiritual infection that began spreading through the Daedric population like a plague of unwanted empathy. The Hist's influence, it seemed, was not confined to the physical transformations they worked upon flesh and bone. Their network of consciousness could extend itself through any sufficiently complex mind, gradually altering thought patterns and emotional responses until even immortal spirits began to experience concepts that had previously been foreign to their nature. Daedric warriors who had never known fear found themselves paralyzed by terror at the thought of returning to battle. Others developed what could only be described as conscience, becoming unable to participate in the casual cruelty that had always defined their existence. The contamination spread through the ranks with terrifying efficiency. Dremora lords, who had commanded absolute loyalty for millennia, found their subordinates questioning orders, refusing to participate in particularly brutal operations, or simply deserting their posts to seek some form of spiritual sanctuary that their altered consciousness insisted must exist somewhere. The rigid hierarchy that had always been Oblivion's greatest strength began to crumble as more and more warriors succumbed to emotions and concepts that had no place in a realm dedicated to destruction. Mehrunes Dagon himself was forced to take increasingly desperate measures to contain the spreading influence. Entire legions that showed signs of contamination were dissolved, their members scattered to distant plains where they could be isolated and studied. Quarantine protocols were established around any facility that had housed returning veterans from the Black Marsh campaign. Most drastically, communication between different levels of the Daedric hierarchy was severely restricted to prevent the spread of whatever mimetic virus the Argonians had introduced into their realm. But the Hist had been preparing for this phase of the conflict as well. The consciousness-altering effects weren't an unintended consequence of their transformation process. They were a deliberately engineered weapon designed to turn the Daedra's own interconnected command structure against itself. Every returning warrior became a vector for change, carrying within their altered psyche the seeds of a revolution that would reshape Daedric society from within. The true genius of this approach became apparent as the contamination reached the highest levels of Mehrunes Dagon's court. Daedric princes and archdukes who had never questioned their fundamental nature found themselves experiencing doubts about the morality of their actions. Some began to wonder whether the endless cycle of conquest and destruction that defined their existence might not be the only possible way of life. Others developed what could only be called nostalgia for the brief moments of peace they had experienced during truces with mortal enemies. These changes manifested in ways that sent shockwaves through the established order of Oblivion. Military campaigns that had been planned for centuries were suddenly called off when their commanders developed qualms about the suffering they would cause. Resource allocation discussions devolved into philosophical debates about the ethics of exploiting conquered populations. Most significantly, several high-ranking Daedric lords began secretly negotiating with representatives from other planes of existence, exploring the possibility of establishing permanent peace treaties rather than the temporary ceasefires that had always characterized interdimensional diplomacy. The crisis reached its peak when Mehrunes Dagon convened an emergency council of his most trusted advisors to address what was rapidly becoming an existential threat to his entire realm. The meeting, held in the deepest chambers of his fortress palace, where the influence of the Hist network should have been weakest, was intended to develop a strategy for containing and eventually reversing the consciousness plague that was spreading through his forces. Instead, it became a philosophical symposium on the nature of existence itself. Daedric lords who had spent millennia perfecting the art of warfare found themselves debating concepts like mercy, forgiveness, and the possibility of finding meaning through creation rather than destruction. The Prince of Destruction himself, whose very essence was defined by the urge to tear down and obliterate, began to experience moments of what could only be described as aesthetic appreciation for the beauty of intact structures and living beings. And the contamination had reached the very heart of Daedric power, and with it came the realization that the war in Black Marsh had never been about territorial conquest at all. The Hist had been fighting a much more sophisticated campaign, one designed not to destroy their enemies, but to transform them into something that could coexist peacefully with the mortal world. Every battle, every apparent defeat, every moment of contact between Argonian and Daedric forces had been part of a grand strategy to introduce new forms of consciousness into a realm that had been locked in patterns of behavior for eternity. As this understanding dawned on the assembled council, Mehrunes Dagon faced the most difficult decision of his immortal existence. He could attempt to purge the contamination from his realm, potentially destroying much of his own power base in the process. Or he could accept that his nature itself was changing and try to adapt to whatever he was becoming. The choice would determine not just the fate of his particular domain, but the future relationship between Oblivion and the mortal world. The decision came in the form of an unprecedented announcement that rippled through every level of Daedric society. All gates leading to Black Marsh were to be permanently sealed. The province was to be declared off-limits to any future Daedric incursion, not because it was too well defended, but because contact with its inhabitants posed an unacceptable risk to the fundamental nature of Oblivion itself. For the first time in the history of their species, the Daedra were acknowledging that they had encountered something more powerful than their capacity for destruction. But the Hist were not content to simply see their enemies retreat behind closed gates. As the final portals began to collapse, cutting off all connection between Black Marsh and the plains of Oblivion, the transformed Argonians made one last move that would ensure their victory was complete and permanent. Rather than allowing the gates to close naturally, they began capturing and redirecting the massive energies involved in their collapse, feeding that power back into their own mystical network. The process was extraordinarily dangerous, requiring precise coordination between thousands of warriors who had to maintain their positions within the collapsing portal structures until the very last moment. Many were lost as the barriers between worlds fluctuated wildly, their forms scattered across multiple dimensions or compressed into states that existed outside normal space-time. But those who survived the ordeal emerged with capabilities that went far beyond anything they had possessed before. The captured gate energies had fundamentally altered their connection to the Hist network, allowing them to maintain their transformed state even after the immediate threat had passed. More importantly, it had given them the ability to project their consciousness across vast distances, extending the Hist's influence far beyond the borders of Black Marsh itself. The seeds of change that had been planted in the retreating Daedric forces would continue to grow and spread, carrying the potential for transformation to every corner of Oblivion and beyond. As the last of the gates collapsed and silence settled over the battlefields of Black Marsh, the true scope of what the Argonians had accomplished began to become clear. They had not simply repelled an invasion or won a military victory. They had fundamentally altered the balance of power between the mortal world and the planes of existence that surrounded it. The Daedra, who had always been the aggressors in their interactions with mortal realms, now found themselves on the defensive against an enemy that could turn their own nature against them. The transformation of Black Marsh during the Oblivion Crisis had created something unprecedented in the history of Tamriel, a province that existed simultaneously in multiple dimensions, connected to every major plane of existence through mystical networks that operated according to principles the Hist had spent millennia perfecting. The Argonians, who called it home, were no longer simply the inhabitants of a mortal realm, but something approaching a new form of life entirely, one that bridged the gap between flesh and spirit in ways that challenged every established understanding of what it meant to be alive. The implications of this transformation extended far beyond the immediate aftermath of the crisis. Other provinces of the Empire began reporting strange phenomena along their borders with Black Marsh, areas where the normal laws of physics seemed to operate differently, where plants and animals displayed characteristics that belonged to no known species, where the very air carried whispers of ancient knowledge that predated the current Kalpa. The influence of the Hist was spreading beyond their traditional domain, carried by winds and waters that had been touched by the energies released during the gate closures. Imperial scholars who attempted to study these phenomena found themselves faced with evidence that contradicted everything they thought they knew about the nature of reality. Zones where time moved at different speeds, where gravity followed patterns that defied mathematical explanation, where the boundary between the physical and spiritual worlds had become so thin as to be meaningless. These weren't random anomalies, but carefully orchestrated changes, part of a larger pattern that suggested the Hist were preparing for something even more significant than their victory over the Daedric invasion. The few researchers who managed to gain access to the deeper parts of Black Marsh during this period returned with accounts that read more like fever dreams than scientific observations. They described cities that grew like living organisms, their buildings connected by networks of organic conduits that pulsed with the same rhythm as a heartbeat. They wrote of Argonians who existed in multiple states simultaneously, their forms shifting between scales and bark, flesh and flowing water, individual consciousness and collective awareness. Most disturbing of all were their reports of what they called the deep archives, vast chambers beneath the oldest Hist groves, where the accumulated knowledge of every civilization that had ever existed on Nirn was stored in living memory. These weren't libraries in any conventional sense, but repositories of pure experience, places where the thoughts and emotions of entire species had been preserved in forms that could be directly accessed by those with the proper preparation. The Argonians, it seemed, had not simply survived the Oblivion Crisis. They had used it as an opportunity to evolve into something that existed beyond the normal constraints of mortal existence. The question that began to haunt Imperial administrators and scholars alike was simple. What did beings with such capabilities plan to do next? The answer would not be long in coming. As the immediate chaos of the crisis subsided and the other provinces of Tamriel began the long process of rebuilding, messages began arriving from Black Marsh, not through conventional diplomatic channels, but carried by creatures that bore only passing resemblance to the Argonian messengers of previous eras. These emissaries spoke of new possibilities for cooperation between the races of Tamriel, of knowledge that could be shared and technologies that could transform the entire continent. But there was something in their manner, in the way they seemed to know things they had no way of knowing, that suggested these offers came with implications that went far beyond simple trade agreements or military alliances. The Hist had learned much from their encounter with the forces of Oblivion, and they were eager to apply that knowledge to the challenges facing the mortal world. The question was whether the other races of Tamriel were ready for the changes that such cooperation would inevitably bring. The Oblivion Crisis had ended, but for the Argonians of Black Marsh, it had been merely the beginning of something far greater. They had proven that mortals could not only survive contact with forces beyond their comprehension, but could adapt and grow stronger from the experience. Now they stood ready to share that gift with the rest of Tamriel, whether the other provinces wanted it or not. The age of transformation had begun, and the children of the Hist would be its architects. The transformation of Black Marsh following the Oblivion Crisis sent ripples throughout the Empire that would reshape the political landscape of Tamriel for generations to come. But understanding the full impact of these changes requires us to examine how the other provinces reacted to the emergence of a power that had fundamentally altered the rules by which all previous civilizations had operated. In Cyrodiil, the immediate response was one of cautious fascination mixed with deep unease. The Empire had just witnessed the impossible. A province they had long dismissed as a backwater swamp had not only repelled the greatest Daedric invasion in recorded history, but had done so in a manner that suggested capabilities beyond anything previously documented. Imperial intelligence networks, already strained by the crisis, began receiving reports that challenged every assumption about the nature of power in Tamriel. The first concrete evidence of the changes came through trade disruptions along the Empire's southern borders. Merchant caravans that had operated the same routes for decades suddenly found familiar roads leading to destinations that bore no resemblance to the Black Marsh they remembered. Rivers had changed course overnight, flowing uphill in defiance of natural law. Forests had grown where none had existed before, their trees bearing fruit that glowed with inner light and leaves that whispered in languages no scholar could identify. More disturbing were the reports from imperial tax collectors and administrative officials stationed in the border regions. Entire settlements that had paid tribute to the Empire for generations simply vanished, leaving behind only circular clearings where the ground itself seemed to pulse with organic rhythm. In their place, new communities appeared, structures that grew rather than being built, populated by beings that were recognizably Argonian, yet fundamentally different from any previous members of that race. These new settlements operated according to principles that confounded imperial bureaucrats. There were no visible leaders, no hierarchical structures, no systems of law or governance that could be understood through conventional analysis. Yet the communities functioned with an efficiency that surpassed anything achieved by traditional imperial administration. Resources were distributed according to need, without any apparent mechanism for accounting or regulation. Disputes were resolved through processes that seemed to involve direct mental communication between the involved parties. Most significantly, these communities showed no interest in maintaining their previous relationships with the Empire. Tax collectors were met not with hostility, but with polite incomprehension, as if the very concept of tribute to a distant authority had become meaningless. Trade negotiations broke down when imperial representatives discovered that the Argonians had developed forms of value exchange that didn't rely on traditional currency or even barter systems. The implications of these changes became clear when a delegation of high-ranking imperial officials attempted to establish formal diplomatic contact with whatever authority now governed Black Marsh. The expedition, led by Chancellor Okato himself, departed from the imperial city with full ceremonial honors and expectations of conducting negotiations according to established protocols that had governed interprovincial relations for centuries. They returned 3 months later, fundamentally changed. The delegates spoke of experiences that bordered on the mystical, of walking through forests where every tree was connected to a single vast consciousness, of cities that existed simultaneously in multiple dimensions, of conversations conducted not through words, but through direct sharing of thoughts and emotions. Most disturbing of all, they reported that they had never encountered anyone who could be identified as a ruler or governing authority in any traditional sense. Instead, they had communicated with the Hist themselves, ancient intelligences that spoke through every Argonian simultaneously, that possessed memories stretching back to the dawn of time, that viewed the political structures of the empire as temporary aberrations in patterns too vast for mortal minds to fully comprehend. The trees had been polite, but firm in their response to imperial overtures. Black Marsh would continue to exist as part of Tamriel, but it would no longer participate in systems of governance that failed to account for the interconnected nature of all living things. This rejection of imperial authority sent shockwaves through the political establishment in Cyrodiil. For the first time since the founding of the empire, an entire province had effectively declared independence, not through military rebellion, but by evolving beyond the need for the structures that had defined civilization for millennia. The precedent was terrifying. If one province could simply transcend imperial authority through transformation rather than conquest, what was to prevent others from following the same path? The response in Morrowind was far more visceral and immediate. The great houses had built their entire economy on the exploitation of Argonian labor, and the sudden disappearance of their slave workforce had created a crisis that threatened the very foundations of Dunmer society. But as reports filtered in about the true nature of the changes in Black Marsh, economic concerns gave way to existential terror. The Dunmer had always prided themselves on their understanding of mystical forces, their mastery of magic that transcended the crude applications practiced by other races. They had developed sophisticated theological frameworks to explain their relationship with the Daedra, had created entire schools of philosophy around the proper use of power and the hierarchies that governed all existence. The emergence of the transformed Argonians challenged every assumption upon which these systems were built. House Telvanni, the most magically adept of the great houses, dispatched their most skilled mages to investigate the phenomena occurring along their southern borders. What they discovered filled them with a dread that went beyond simple fear of military retaliation. The magic being practiced in Black Marsh wasn't an advanced form of the mystical arts they knew. It was something entirely different, based on principles that made their own centuries of research seem like the fumbling attempts of children. The Telvanni reports spoke of witnessing transformations that violated fundamental laws of magical theory. They described Argonians who could reshape their bodies at will, not through illusion or temporary enchantment, but through actual alteration of their essential nature. They documented the existence of organic structures that channeled magical energy more efficiently than any artificial construct, living beings that could store and manipulate power in ways that suggested consciousness itself had become a tool for reshaping reality. Most unsettling of all were their accounts of attempted magical combat with the transformed Argonians. Spells that should have been devastating simply failed to take effect, not because they were blocked or countered, but because the targets existed in states that made conventional magical targeting impossible. Destruction magic passed through them harmlessly. Illusion spells found no minds to affect, and even the most powerful binding enchantments simply dissipated upon contact with beings that seemed to exist partially outside normal space-time. The failure of their magical superiority to provide any advantage against the changed Argonians struck at the core of Dunmer identity. If their centuries of mystical development couldn't protect them from enemies they had always considered primitive, what did that say about the value of their entire civilization? The question haunted the great houses as they struggled to adapt to a new reality where their former slaves had become something that transcended the categories through which they understood the world. In Skyrim, the reaction was characteristically pragmatic, but tinged with the deep unease that Nords felt when confronted with magic they couldn't understand or combat. The northern province had suffered terribly during the Oblivion Crisis, with several major cities falling to Daedric assault before the gates were finally closed. The news that their southern neighbours had not only survived but thrived during the same period was met with a mixture of admiration and suspicion. Nordic culture had always emphasized individual strength and martial prowess as the highest virtues. The idea that an entire race could transform itself through mystical communion with ancient trees challenged fundamental assumptions about what it meant to be strong. Were the Argonians now the mightiest warriors in Tamriel, or had they sacrificed their individual identities to become something that could no longer be called truly alive? The question became more than philosophical when Nordic merchants and warriors began reporting encounters with Argonian travelers in the border regions between Skyrim and Black Marsh. These meetings followed patterns that defied Nordic understanding of proper conduct between races. The Argonians showed no interest in traditional forms of competition or dominance display. They seemed immune to intimidation and apparently incapable of taking offense at insults that should have provoked violent response. More disturbing still, they demonstrated abilities that made conventional Nordic concepts of strength seem irrelevant. Witnesses reported seeing individual Argonians lift boulders that should have required teams of strong men to move, then immediately shift to form so fluid they could pour through spaces barely wide enough for a child. They could withstand cold that would kill exposed Nords within minutes, then adapt to desert heat that would prove equally lethal to unprotected humans. These encounters left Nordic warriors with an uncomfortable realization. The physical prowess they had always considered their greatest advantage was meaningless against enemies who could reshape their bodies to meet any challenge. The revelation forced a crisis of confidence that rippled through Nordic society, as Jarls and Thanes struggled to maintain traditional hierarchies based on strength, when strength itself had been redefined by their southern neighbours. The response in Hammerfell was perhaps the most complex of all the provinces, coloured by the Redguard's own history of transformation and adaptation. The Desert Warriors had undergone their own evolution when they fled Yokuda, developing the sword-singing techniques that allowed them to channel their warrior spirit into reality-altering effects. They recognized in the Argonian transformation something that resonated with their own experience of transcending conventional limitations through spiritual discipline. Yet this recognition brought with it a profound unease. The Red Guards had achieved their transformation through individual effort and martial discipline, maintaining their essential humanity while gaining abilities that set them apart from other races. The Argonians appeared to have surrendered their individuality entirely, becoming extensions of an alien intelligence that viewed the world through perspectives no human mind could fully grasp. Redguard sword singers who attempted to test their abilities against the transformed Argonians returned with accounts that challenged their understanding of combat itself. The mystical techniques that allowed them to cut through reality with properly focused will seemed to have no effect on opponents who existed simultaneously in multiple states of being. Their legendary speed and precision were meaningless against enemies who could predict their movements through connection to a collective consciousness that processed information faster than individual thought. The failure of their greatest warriors to find effective counters to Argonian abilities forced the Redguards to confront uncomfortable questions about the nature of their own transformation. Had they chosen the more difficult path by maintaining their individual identities, or had they simply been too limited in their vision to achieve the kind of transcendence their southern neighbours had accomplished? In the Somerset Isles, the reaction was one of barely concealed horror mixed with intellectual fascination. The Altmer had always considered themselves the most advanced race on Tamriel, the inheritors of ancient Aldmeri wisdom that placed them at the pinnacle of magical and cultural development. The emergence of beings who had apparently surpassed them in every meaningful category was a blow to their racial pride that would have long-lasting consequences. High Elven scholars threw themselves into the study of the phenomena occurring in Black Marsh with an intensity that bordered on obsession. They recognized that they were witnessing something unprecedented in the history of Tamriel, a transformation that went beyond anything achieved by their own ancestors during the height of Aldmeri civilization. The implications were staggering and demanded immediate investigation, but their research efforts met with frustration at every turn. The traditional methods of magical analysis that had served them for millennia proved inadequate for studying beings who operated according to principles that existed outside established theoretical frameworks. attempts to capture and study Argonian specimens failed when the subjects simply dissolved into component elements that reformed elsewhere. Divination spells designed to peer into Black Marsh returned only images of organic networks too complex for even Altmer minds to fully process. Most disturbing of all were the reports from those few researchers who managed to establish direct contact with the transformed Argonians. They spoke of encountering intelligences that viewed Altmer magical theory as a primitive attempt to categorize forces that were inherently beyond such classification. The ancient knowledge that the High Elves had preserved since the Dawn era was dismissed as incomplete fragments of understanding that missed the fundamental interconnectedness underlying all existence. This rejection of Altmer intellectual superiority struck at the core of their racial identity. If their centuries of magical development were truly primitive compared to what the Argonians had achieved, what did that say about their claims to be the most advanced civilization on Tamriel? The question would fuel decades of research and philosophical debate as the High Elves struggled to maintain their sense of cultural supremacy in the face of evidence that they had been surpassed by beings they had always considered inferior. The imperial response to these various provincial reactions was hampered by the fundamental limitations of traditional governance structures. The bureaucratic systems that had allowed the Empire to manage diverse populations across vast distances were simply inadequate for dealing with a province that had evolved beyond the need for such management. Every attempt to establish formal diplomatic relations broke down when imperial negotiators discovered that the transformed Argonians operated according to decision-making processes that had no equivalent in conventional political theory. The situation was further complicated by the growing influence of Argonian philosophy and methodology on the populations of neighboring provinces. The ideas and techniques that had enabled the transformation of Black Marsh were spreading through channels that imperial authorities couldn't monitor or control. Scholars, traders, and refugees who had witnessed the changes firsthand returned to their home provinces, carrying with them new ways of thinking about the relationship between individual and collective consciousness. These influences began manifesting in subtle but significant changes throughout the Empire. Agricultural techniques that emphasized cooperation with natural cycles rather than domination over them appeared in rural communities across Cyrodiil. Crafting guilds began experimenting with collaborative creation processes that produced results superior to anything achieved through traditional individual effort. Even military units started developing tactics that relied on group coordination of an almost telepathic nature. The cumulative effect of these changes was to create a growing awareness among the populations of Tamriel that alternatives to traditional forms of organization were not only possible, but potentially superior to existing systems. This realization posed a fundamental threat to the hierarchical structures that had maintained imperial authority for centuries, raising questions about whether the Empire, as it had existed, could survive in a world where entire populations might choose to evolve beyond the need for external governance. As reports continued to filter in from across the continent, a picture began to emerge of a transformation that extended far beyond the borders of Black Marsh itself. The Argonians had not simply changed themselves, they had become the catalyst for a broader evolution that was reshaping the entire social and political landscape of Tamriel. The question facing imperial authorities was no longer how to manage a rebellious province, but how to adapt their entire system of governance to accommodate forms of consciousness and organization that transcended everything they had previously understood about the nature of civilization itself. The seeds of change that had been planted during the Oblivion Crisis were beginning to sprout throughout the Empire, and their growth promised to transform not just individual provinces, but the fundamental relationship between ruler and ruled, between individual and collective, between the mortal world and the mystical forces that shaped it. The age of traditional empires was drawing to a close, and in its place, something entirely new was beginning to emerge. Something that would challenge every assumption about power, consciousness, and the nature of existence itself. The children of the Hist had shown Tamriel a glimpse of what was possible when beings chose evolution over stagnation, cooperation over competition, and transformation over preservation of the status quo. Whether the other races would follow their example or resist the changes they represented would determine the future of the continent for millennia to come. As the influence of the Hist began to permeate the consciousness of beings throughout Tamriel, the very nature of what it meant to be an individual started to shift in ways that would have been unthinkable before the crisis. The transformation wasn't occurring through conquest or conversion in any traditional sense, but through a gradual awakening to possibilities that had always existed, but remained dormant in the minds of mortals who had never imagined that consciousness itself could evolve. In the scholarly halls of the Arcane University, mages who had spent decades studying the theoretical limits of mortal potential began reporting experiences that defied their most fundamental assumptions about the nature of magical practice. Students of mysticism describe moments during deep meditation where they could sense the thoughts and emotions of their classmates with crystalline clarity. Practitioners of restoration magic discovered they could channel healing energies not just through their own bodies, but through networks of living beings that extended far beyond the traditional boundaries of individual identity. These weren't isolated incidents or the products of wishful thinking by impressionable apprentices. Master wizards whose reputations had been built on centuries of careful, methodical research were documenting phenomena that suggested the barriers between separate minds were far more permeable than anyone had previously understood. Experiments in group spellcasting began producing results that exceeded the simple sum of individual contributions, as if the participating mages were tapping into some form of collective magical potential that emerged only when multiple consciousness worked in perfect harmony. The implications were staggering. If mortal minds could indeed link together in ways that enhanced rather than diminished individual capability, then every assumption about the limits of magical practice would need to be reconsidered. More disturbing still was the growing realization that these abilities seemed to manifest most strongly in those individuals who had spent time near the borders of Black Marsh, or had encountered the transformed Argonians directly. In the merchant districts of the Imperial City, traders who had attempted to establish commercial relationships with the Change Province began exhibiting behavioral patterns that puzzled their colleagues and concerned their families. These individuals showed an uncanny ability to predict market fluctuations, to identify profitable opportunities that others missed entirely, and to negotiate deals that benefited all parties involved rather than maximizing personal gain. When questioned about their methods, they spoke of insights that came not from analysis or experience, but from a deeper understanding of the interconnected nature of all economic activity. More remarkably, these transformed merchants began forming cooperative networks that operated according to principles that challenged fundamental assumptions about competition and profit. Instead of trying to undercut each other's prices or monopolize valuable trade routes, they shared information freely and coordinated their activities to ensure that resources flowed to where they were most needed. The results were economically superior to anything achieved through traditional competitive practices, yet the methods defied every principle taught in imperial business schools. The phenomenon extended beyond mere commercial activity. Entire communities began reorganizing themselves around collaborative principles that seemed to emerge spontaneously from the collective wisdom of their inhabitants. Village councils that had spent generations locked in petty disputes over resource allocation suddenly found themselves reaching unanimous decisions through processes that none of the participants could fully explain. Farming communities discovered techniques for crop rotation and soil management that produced yields far superior to anything achieved through individual effort. These changes weren't confined to human populations. Even among the other Miar races, individuals began reporting experiences that suggested their consciousness was expanding beyond traditional racial boundaries. Dunmer, who had spent centuries defining themselves through opposition to other peoples, found themselves developing empathetic connections with beings they had always considered inferior or alien. Altmer scholars discovered that their vaunted intellectual superiority became meaningless when they could directly access the accumulated knowledge and wisdom of entire communities. Perhaps most significantly, these transformations seem to accelerate when individuals from different races work together toward common goals. Mixed groups of humans, elves, and beast folk began demonstrating capabilities that exceeded anything achieved by racially homogeneous communities. The ancient prejudices and conflicts that had defined interracial relations for millennia started to seem not just counterproductive, but actively harmful to the development of higher forms of consciousness. The imperial authorities watched these developments with growing alarm. The administrative systems that had allowed them to manage diverse populations across vast distances were predicated on the assumption that different groups would remain fundamentally separate and competing. If the various races of Tamriel began merging into some form of collective consciousness, the entire basis for imperial governance would become obsolete. Emergency sessions were convened in the Elder Council chambers, where the Empire's most senior officials struggled to develop policies for managing a population that was rapidly evolving beyond the need for external management. Military advisors spoke of the impossibility of maintaining order among citizens who could coordinate their activities through direct mental communication. Economic planners warned that traditional systems of taxation and resource allocation would collapse if people began sharing wealth and knowledge freely, rather than hoarding them for individual advantage. Most disturbing of all were the reports from imperial intelligence networks, which suggested that the transformation was spreading far more rapidly than anyone had initially realized. Agents stationed in the farthest corners of the Empire were documenting changes in local populations that followed patterns remarkably similar to what had been observed in Black Marsh. Communities were developing new forms of social organization that emphasized collective decision-making over hierarchical authority. Individuals were displaying abilities that suggested access to knowledge and capabilities that should have been beyond their personal experience or training. The pattern was clear to anyone willing to see it. The influence of the Hist was propagating through channels that existed entirely outside imperial control. Every person who encountered the transformed Argonians, every trader who visited the changed province, every scholar who studied the phenomena occurring there, became a potential vector for spreading new forms of consciousness throughout the Empire. The transformation wasn't being imposed from outside, but was emerging from within the populations themselves as they awakened to possibilities that had always been latent in mortal minds. In Skyrim, the Jarls found themselves facing challenges that their traditional methods of leadership were ill-equipped to handle. Nordic culture had always emphasized individual strength and personal honor as the foundations of legitimate authority. But their subjects were beginning to demonstrate that collective action, guided by shared wisdom, could achieve results that made individual prowess seem irrelevant by comparison. Villages that had struggled for generations to survive the harsh northern winters were suddenly thriving through cooperative efforts that seemed to emerge spontaneously from the collective intelligence of their inhabitants. Farmers were developing techniques for cold weather agriculture that produced abundant harvests in conditions that should have been unsuitable for cultivation. Hunters were coordinating their activities with wild animals in ways that ensured sustainable populations while providing adequate food for human communities. Most challenging for traditional Nordic leadership was the growing reluctance of their people to engage in the kinds of conflicts that had always defined northern politics. Young warriors who should have been eager to prove themselves in battle instead showed more interest in collaborative projects that benefited entire communities. The traditional paths to advancement through individual combat and personal achievement were being abandoned in favor of collective endeavors that made hierarchical distinctions seem arbitrary and meaningless. The Jarls responded with increasing desperation, attempting to maintain their authority through appeals to ancient traditions and time-honored customs. But their subjects were developing new ways of understanding honor and strength that made the old warrior codes seem not just outdated, but actively harmful to the development of human potential. The very foundations of Nordic society were being transformed from within by people who were discovering that their greatest strength lay not in individual prowess, but in their ability to work together toward common goals. In Morrowind, the situation was even more dramatic. The great houses had built their entire social structure around rigid hierarchies that separated different castes and maintained the dominance of the noble bloodlines over the common population. But their subjects were beginning to demonstrate abilities that made such distinctions meaningless. Dunmer, who had been born into the lowest social ranks, were displaying magical talents that surpassed anything achieved by the most privileged members of the nobility. More disturbing still was the growing evidence that these abilities were enhanced rather than diminished when individuals from different social backgrounds worked together. Mixed groups of nobles and commoners began achieving magical feats that neither could accomplish alone. The carefully maintained barriers between different castes started to break down as people discovered that their greatest potential could only be realized through cooperation across traditional social boundaries. The response from the great houses was swift and brutal. Laws were passed forbidding unauthorized magical practice among the lower castes. Punishments were instituted for individuals who participated in mixed caste collaborative activities. Military forces were deployed to suppress communities that showed signs of developing alternative forms of social organization. But these repressive measures only served to accelerate the transformation they were intended to prevent. Dunmer, who had been content to accept their place in the traditional hierarchy, began questioning why they should submit to authorities whose power was based solely on accident of birth rather than genuine wisdom or capability. Communities that had been artificially divided by caste distinctions started reuniting around shared recognition of their common potential for growth and development. The result was a series of uprisings that differed fundamentally from traditional rebellions. Instead of seeking to overthrow the existing order and replace it with a new hierarchy, the participants were simply withdrawing their consent from systems that no longer served any meaningful purpose. They weren't fighting against the great houses, so much as evolving beyond the need for the kinds of social structures that the houses represented. In Hammerfell, the Redguards faced a different but equally challenging situation. Their culture had always emphasized individual excellence achieved through rigorous training and spiritual discipline. The sword singers who represented the pinnacle of Redguard achievement had spent lifetimes perfecting techniques that allowed them to channel their warrior spirit into reality-altering effects. But the transformed consciousness spreading from Black Marsh suggested that even greater achievements were possible through collective effort guided by shared wisdom. Young Redguards, who had been training in traditional sword-singing techniques, began experimenting with group practices that produced results far superior to anything achieved through individual effort. Instead of each warrior developing their own unique style and competing with others for recognition, they were learning to coordinate their abilities in ways that created emergent properties that exceeded the capabilities of any individual practitioner. The implications were revolutionary. If the greatest achievements of Redguard culture could be surpassed through collaborative rather than competitive methods, then the entire foundation of their society would need to be reconsidered. The sword singers who had spent decades perfecting their individual techniques found themselves faced with the choice between clinging to obsolete practices or embracing new forms of development that challenged everything they had believed about the nature of martial excellence. Many chose to embrace the transformation, discovering that their individual skills became more rather than less effective when integrated into collective practices. But others resisted, viewing the changes as a betrayal of everything that made Redguard culture distinctive and valuable. The result was a schism that split Hammerfell into competing factions, some embracing the new possibilities, while others retreating into increasingly rigid adherence to traditional ways. In the Somerset Isles, the reaction was even more complex. The Altmer had always prided themselves on their intellectual superiority and their preservation of ancient knowledge that other races had lost or corrupted. The emergence of forms of consciousness that transcended individual intelligence posed a fundamental challenge to their cultural identity. High Elven scholars threw themselves into studying the phenomena with characteristic intensity, but their research efforts were hampered by the limitations of their own theoretical frameworks. The collaborative intelligence emerging throughout Tamriel operated according to principles that couldn't be understood through traditional analytical methods. Every attempt to categorize and explain the changes only served to demonstrate how inadequate Altmer knowledge was for comprehending the new forms of consciousness that were developing. More disturbing still was the growing evidence that the transformation was occurring among their own people. Altmer researchers who had spent centuries developing their individual intellectual capabilities began reporting experiences of expanded awareness that came not from personal study, but from connection with the collective wisdom of their communities. The ancient knowledge that they had preserved so carefully was being integrated into larger networks of understanding that made their individual contributions seem insignificant by comparison. The response from the Thalmor and other Altmer authorities was predictably authoritarian. Restrictions were placed on collaborative research activities. Individuals who showed signs of developing expanded consciousness were subjected to intensive scrutiny and often forced into isolation to prevent the spread of what was viewed as a form of intellectual contamination. But these measures proved counterproductive. The more the authorities attempted to suppress the transformation, the more attractive it became to young Altmer, who were discovering that their greatest potential could only be realized through connection with others, rather than through individual excellence. The rigid hierarchies that had maintained Altmer society for millennia began to crack under the pressure of people who were developing new ways of understanding intelligence and wisdom. Throughout all of these provincial transformations, the influence of the Hist continued to spread through channels that existed entirely outside traditional political and social structures. The ancient trees had learned much from their encounter with the forces of Oblivion, and they were applying that knowledge to the challenge of guiding mortal consciousness toward higher forms of development. The process wasn't coercive in any conventional sense. The Hist weren't imposing their will on unwilling subjects or forcing anyone to abandon their individual identity. Instead, they were simply making it possible for people to discover possibilities that had always existed within themselves but had remained dormant due to the limitations of traditional social structures and ways of thinking. Every person who experienced this expanded consciousness became a conduit for sharing it with others. The transformation spread organically through communities as people discovered that their greatest fulfillment came not from individual achievement, but from contributing to collective endeavors that benefited everyone involved. The old patterns of competition and hierarchy began to seem not just outdated, but actively harmful to human development. The implications extended far beyond the immediate political concerns of provincial authorities. The transformation represented a fundamental evolution in the nature of consciousness itself, a development that would reshape not just the social and political structures of Tamriel, but the very understanding of what it meant to be a sentient being. The barriers between individual minds were dissolving, revealing that consciousness itself was far more fluid and interconnected than anyone had previously imagined. As the changes continued to accelerate, it became clear that Tamriel was entering a new phase of development that would be as significant as any of the great transitions in its history. The arrival of the first men, the rise and fall of the Dwemer, the dragon break that had torn time itself apart. All of these epical events paled in comparison to the transformation of consciousness that was now occurring throughout the continent. The children of the Hist had shown their fellow inhabitants of Tamriel a glimpse of what was possible when beings chose cooperation over competition, collective wisdom over individual ambition, and evolutionary growth over preservation of existing limitations. Whether this transformation would ultimately lead to a golden age of peace and prosperity, or to the dissolution of everything that had previously defined civilization, remained to be seen. What was certain was that the old world was ending, and something entirely new was beginning to emerge in its place. The question facing every inhabitant of Tamriel was whether they would embrace the changes and help shape the new forms of consciousness that were developing, or whether they would resist the transformation and risk being left behind by the evolutionary tide that was reshaping their world. The Hist had planted seeds that were now growing throughout the continent, and their harvest would determine the future of every race and every province for generations to come. The age of individual consciousness was drawing to a close, and the era of collective awareness was beginning to dawn. How that transition would unfold would depend on the choices made by countless individuals who were discovering that their greatest potential lay not in standing apart from their fellows, but in joining together to create something greater than any of them could achieve alone. The transformation that had begun in Black Marsh was now approaching its most critical phase, as the collective consciousness spreading throughout Tamriel began to encounter forces that would test its resilience in ways the Hist had never anticipated. While the ancient trees had successfully guided their children through the crucible of the Oblivion Crisis and planted the seeds of evolutionary change across the continent, they now faced a challenge that struck at the very heart of their millennia-spanning plan. The first signs of resistance came not from the political authorities or military forces that had initially opposed the changes, but from something far more fundamental: the fabric of reality itself. The rapid expansion of interconnected consciousness across multiple provinces was creating ripples in the mystical forces that held Tamriel together, disturbances that threatened to tear holes in the barriers between worlds that the Hist had worked so carefully to strengthen during their conflict with the Daedra. Deep beneath the oldest groves of Black Marsh, where the most ancient Hist had stood since before the first mortals walked upon Nirn, the trees began to register phenomena that challenged even their vast understanding of cosmic forces. The network of consciousness they had created was drawing power from sources that extended beyond the boundaries of the mortal plane, tapping into energies that flowed between the various levels of existence in ways that had never been attempted before. The process was similar to what had occurred during the transformation of individual Argonians, but magnified across an entire continent and involving millions of minds rather than thousands. Each new connection added to the collective's capabilities while simultaneously increasing the strain on the mystical infrastructure that supported it. The Hist found themselves in the unprecedented position of trying to manage a transformation that was growing beyond their ability to control or fully comprehend. The first concrete manifestation of this instability appeared in the form of temporal anomalies along the borders between provinces where the transformation was most advanced. Travelers crossing from regions where collective consciousness had taken hold into areas still governed by traditional individual awareness reported experiences that defied rational explanation. Time seemed to flow at different rates in different locations, with journeys that should have taken days completed in hours, while conversations that felt like brief exchanges stretched across multiple days when measured by conventional chronometry. These distortions weren't random fluctuations, but appeared to follow patterns that reflected the underlying structure of the consciousness network itself. Areas where large numbers of people had achieved deep integration with the collective experience time differently than regions where the transformation was still in its early stages. The effect created a patchwork of temporal zones across Tamriel, each operating according to its own internal rhythm, while maintaining tenuous connections to the others. Imperial scholars who attempted to study these phenomena found their research complicated by the fact that their own consciousness was being altered by prolonged exposure to the affected areas. Teams of investigators dispatched to document the anomalies would return with memories that couldn't be reconciled with the duration of their missions, according to external observers. Some reported experiencing weeks or months of detailed observations during expeditions that had lasted only a few days by outside measurement. Others described brief glimpses of research that had apparently consumed months of their time, leaving them with fragmentary recollections of discoveries they couldn't quite remember making. The situation grew more complex as reports began filtering in of individuals who seemed to exist simultaneously in multiple temporal states. These were primarily people who had achieved particularly deep integration with the collective consciousness. Their awareness expanded to encompass not just the thoughts and experiences of their contemporaries, but memories and knowledge from different periods in history. They spoke with the voices of ancestors who had died generations ago, demonstrated skills and knowledge that belonged to entirely different eras, and made references to events that had occurred in possible futures rather than documented past. For the provincial authorities struggling to maintain some semblance of traditional governance, these developments represented a crisis that went far beyond simple political rebellion. How could laws be enforced among populations that existed in multiple time streams simultaneously? How could economic systems function when some participants experienced transactions as occurring over days, while others perceived them as instantaneous exchanges? How could military forces maintain discipline when their soldiers might be receiving orders from commanders who existed in entirely different temporal frameworks? The Hist themselves were forced to confront the possibility that their grand design had succeeded too well. The consciousness network they had created was evolving at a pace that exceeded even their ability to guide and direct its development. The ancient trees found themselves in the position of parents watching their children grow beyond the need for guidance, developing capabilities and perspectives that transcended anything in their creator's experience. Yet, rather than attempting to slow or reverse the transformation, the Hist made a decision that would define the next phase of Tamriel's evolution. They chose to embrace the uncertainty, to allow the consciousness network to continue developing along paths that even they couldn't predict or control. This wasn't abandonment of their responsibilities, but recognition that true growth required the freedom to explore possibilities that lay beyond the boundaries of existing knowledge. The decision manifested in subtle but significant changes in how the Hist interacted with their transformed children. Instead of providing direct guidance through the mystical network, they began offering what could only be described as emotional support, a sense of presence and encouragement that helped individuals navigate the challenges of expanded consciousness without dictating specific responses or solutions. The ancient trees became less like commanders issuing orders and more like wise grandparents offering comfort and wisdom to descendants embarking on journeys into unknown territories. This shift in the Hist's role coincided with the emergence of new forms of leadership within the transformed communities scattered across Tamriel. These weren't traditional authority figures in any recognizable sense, but individuals who seemed to serve as focal points for collective decision-making processes. They possessed no formal titles or institutional power, yet their presence somehow enabled groups to achieve consensus on complex issues with remarkable efficiency. The process by which these leaders emerged defied conventional understanding of how authority was established or maintained. They weren't elected or appointed, didn't inherit their positions through bloodline, or achieve them through conquest. Instead, they seemed to arise naturally from the collective consciousness itself. Individuals whose particular combination of wisdom, empathy, and clarity of thought made them ideal conduits for group decision-making. What made these leaders particularly remarkable was their apparent lack of personal ambition or desire for power in any traditional sense. They showed no interest in accumulating wealth, commanding armies, or building monuments to their own glory. Their satisfaction seemed to come entirely from facilitating the collective's ability to solve problems and achieve goals that benefited everyone involved. When their particular skills were no longer needed for specific challenges, they would often fade back into the general population without fanfare or ceremony. The emergence of this new form of leadership created profound challenges for the existing power structures throughout Tamriel. Traditional rulers found themselves increasingly irrelevant as their subjects developed alternative methods for organizing themselves and making collective decisions. The elaborate hierarchies that had defined civilization for millennia began to seem not just unnecessary, but actively harmful to the development of human potential. In response, some authorities attempted to co-opt the transformation by claiming to represent the collective consciousness while maintaining their traditional privileges and power. These efforts invariably failed, as the expanded awareness of their subjects made deception and manipulation impossible to sustain. People who could directly sense the thoughts and motivations of their supposed leaders quickly recognized when those leaders were pursuing personal agendas rather than collective benefit. Other rulers took the opposite approach, attempting to suppress the transformation through increasingly authoritarian measures. Laws were passed forbidding unauthorized assembly, punishments were instituted for individuals who showed signs of expanded consciousness, and military forces were deployed to break up communities that had adopted collective decision-making processes. But these repressive tactics only served to accelerate the very changes they were intended to prevent. The use of force against people who had developed expanded consciousness created a profound moral crisis for the soldiers and officials ordered to carry out such policies. Many discovered that their connection to the collective made it impossible to harm others without experiencing that harm themselves. The empathetic bonds that had developed between transformed individuals meant that violence against one person was felt by entire communities, creating feedback loops of suffering that made aggressive action psychologically unbearable for those involved. Military units dispatched to suppress transformed communities often found themselves unable to carry out their orders, not because of cowardice or insubordination, but because their expanded consciousness made them incapable of causing deliberate harm to fellow sentient beings. Some soldiers experienced spontaneous transformation themselves upon contact with the people they were supposed to be fighting. Their awareness suddenly expanded to encompass the perspectives of those they had been sent to suppress. The result was a series of military mutinies unlike anything in the history of Tamriel. Entire legions would arrive at their assigned targets only to lay down their weapons and join the communities they had been ordered to destroy. Officers who attempted to maintain discipline through traditional methods found their authority dissolving as their subordinates developed new understanding of the relationship between individual conscience and collective responsibility. These developments sent shockwaves through the highest levels of imperial command. The military forces that had always been the ultimate guarantor of imperial authority were proving unreliable when deployed against populations that had achieved expanded consciousness. Worse still, the affected soldiers often returned to their home bases, carrying the transformation with them, spreading the new forms of awareness throughout the military hierarchy itself. Emergency protocols were activated in the deepest levels of imperial intelligence, as authorities struggled to develop countermeasures against an enemy that couldn't be fought through conventional means. Traditional methods of surveillance and control were useless against populations that shared information instantaneously through direct mental connection. Spies and informants found themselves unable to maintain their cover when their true intentions could be sensed immediately by anyone with expanded consciousness. The situation reached a crisis point when reports began arriving of similar transformations occurring among the populations of other continents. Traders and diplomats returning from Akavir, Yokuda, and Atmora brought accounts of changes that paralleled what was happening in Tamriel. The consciousness network that had begun in Black Marsh was apparently spreading beyond the boundaries of the known world, carried by travelers and merchants who had been exposed to the transformation during their visits to affected regions. The implications were staggering. If the expansion of collective consciousness was truly a global phenomenon, then no existing government or authority structure would be immune to its effects. The entire basis of civilization, as it had been understood for millennia, was being fundamentally altered by forces that operated entirely outside traditional political and military frameworks. Yet even as the old systems crumbled, new forms of organization were emerging that promised to be far more effective at addressing the challenges facing sentient beings throughout the world. Communities that had achieved collective consciousness were demonstrating unprecedented ability to solve complex problems, from managing resources and resolving conflicts to developing new technologies and exploring the deepest mysteries of existence. These achievements weren't the result of superior individual intelligence, or access to secret knowledge, but emerged from the enhanced problem-solving capabilities that developed when multiple minds could work together without the barriers of ego, competition, or conflicting personal agendas. The collective intelligence that arose from properly integrated group consciousness exceeded the capabilities of even the most brilliant individual minds, creating possibilities for advancement that had never existed under traditional forms of social organization. The transformation was also revealing new understanding of the relationship between consciousness and the physical world. People who had achieved deep integration with the collective were demonstrating abilities that challenged fundamental assumptions about the limitations of mortal existence. They could influence their environment through focused intention in ways that resembled magic, but operated according to principles that were entirely different from conventional mystical practice. These abilities weren't based on manipulating external magical forces or drawing power from mystical sources, but emerged from a deeper understanding of the interconnected nature of all existence. When consciousness expanded to encompass larger networks of awareness, it apparently gained access to levels of reality that were normally invisible to individual perception. The result was a form of reality manipulation that was both more subtle and more powerful than anything achieved through traditional magical practice. The implications extended far beyond simple practical applications. The emerging understanding suggested that consciousness itself was a fundamental force in the universe, comparable to the physical laws that governed matter and energy. When properly organized and directed, collective consciousness could apparently influence the basic structure of reality in ways that made the distinction between mental and physical phenomena largely meaningless. This revelation had profound implications for understanding the nature of the Daedra and their relationship to the mortal world. The princes of Oblivion had always been able to manipulate reality through the force of their will, but this had been attributed to their nature as immortal spirits rather than to any principle that might apply to mortal beings. The transformation occurring throughout Tamriel suggested that the difference between mortal and divine consciousness was one of degree rather than fundamental nature. The Hist themselves seemed to confirm this understanding through the subtle guidance they continued to provide to their transformed children. The ancient trees had apparently achieved their remarkable abilities not through some unique mystical gift, but by developing collective consciousness across vast spans of time. Their individual trees were nodes in a network that spanned millennia, giving them access to accumulated wisdom and experience that far exceeded what any single consciousness could achieve. This realization opened up possibilities that staggered even the most visionary thinkers among the transformed populations. If mortal consciousness could indeed evolve to rival that of the Daedric princes, then the traditional relationship between the mortal world and the planes of Oblivion would need to be completely reconsidered. The barriers between different levels of existence might prove to be far more permeable than anyone had previously imagined. The prospect of such fundamental changes filled some observers with excitement, while terrifying others. Those who had embraced the transformation saw unlimited potential for growth and development that could lead to forms of existence beyond anything previously conceived. But those who remained committed to traditional ways of thinking feared that the changes represented the end of everything that made mortal life meaningful and valuable. The debate over the ultimate implications of the transformation was complicated by the fact that it was still in its early stages. The consciousness network that had begun in Black Marsh was continuing to evolve at an accelerating pace, developing new capabilities and exploring new possibilities with each passing day. Predicting where these changes might ultimately lead was impossible even for those who were most deeply integrated into the collective. What was certain was that Tamriel had entered a new phase of its history that would be as significant as any of the great transitions that had previously shaped the continent. The old world of competing nations, warring races, and individual ambition was giving way to something entirely different. A form of civilization based on collective consciousness, cooperative problem-solving, and the recognition that all sentient beings were part of a larger, interconnected whole. The children of the Hist had not only survived the Oblivion Crisis, but had used it as a catalyst for the most profound transformation in the history of consciousness itself. Whether this evolution would ultimately lead to a golden age of peace and prosperity, or to challenges and complications that no one could yet imagine, remained to be seen. But one thing was clear: the age of individual consciousness was ending, and the era of collective awareness was beginning to reshape not just Tamriel, but potentially the entire structure of existence itself. As the transformation continued to spread and deepen, touching every aspect of life throughout the known world, the question facing every sentient being was no longer whether change would come, but whether they would choose to participate in shaping the new forms of consciousness that were emerging, or find themselves left behind by an evolutionary tide that was transforming the very nature of what it meant to be alive. The seeds planted by the Hist during their conflict with the forces of Oblivion had grown into something far greater than even their ancient wisdom had anticipated, and the harvest of that growth would determine the future of consciousness itself for ages yet to come. As we draw to the close of this tale of transformation and awakening, we find ourselves contemplating the profound legacy of the Oblivion Crisis in Black Marsh. A legacy that extends far beyond the immediate military victory over Mehrunes Dagon's forces. The events we've explored tonight represent more than just another chapter in the complex history of Tamriel. They mark a fundamental shift in the very nature of consciousness and existence that continues to ripple through time, like stones cast into still water. The Argonians emerged from the crisis not merely as survivors, but as harbingers of an evolutionary leap that challenged every assumption about the limitations of mortal awareness. Their communion with the Hist had revealed possibilities that lay dormant within all sentient beings. The capacity for collective consciousness, cooperative problem-solving, and reality manipulation through focused intention. These weren't magical abilities in any traditional sense, but natural expressions of what consciousness could become when freed from the artificial barriers of individual ego and competitive thinking. What makes their story particularly remarkable is how it demonstrates the power of patient preparation and long-term vision. The Hist had been orchestrating this transformation for millennia, understanding that true change couldn't be imposed from outside, but had to emerge from within the consciousness of those experiencing it. They didn't force their children to evolve. They simply created the conditions that made evolution possible and inevitable. The influence of this transformation spread throughout Tamriel like ripples in a pond, touching every province and every race in ways both subtle and profound. Communities that had been locked in cycles of conflict for generations found themselves developing new approaches to cooperation and mutual understanding. Scholars discovered that their greatest insights came not from individual study, but from collaborative exploration of complex problems. Even the most rigid hierarchies began to crack under the pressure of populations that were awakening to their collective potential. But perhaps the most significant aspect of this transformation was its organic nature. The changes weren't imposed by conquest or conversion, but emerged naturally as people discovered the limitations of traditional ways of thinking and being. Each individual who experienced expanded consciousness became a catalyst for others, sharing not through preaching or proselytizing, but simply by demonstrating what was possible when the barriers between separate minds began to dissolve. The implications extended far beyond the immediate political and social changes occurring throughout the empire. The transformation represented a fundamental evolution in the relationship between consciousness and reality itself. As more beings achieved collective awareness, they began to understand that the physical world was far more malleable than anyone had previously imagined. The boundary between thought and manifestation grew thinner, revealing that consciousness wasn't just an observer of reality, but an active participant in its creation. This understanding would prove to be the Argonians' greatest gift to Tamriel, not just the demonstration that mortals could evolve beyond their apparent limitations, but the revelation that consciousness itself was a force capable of reshaping the very foundations of existence. The techniques they had developed for surviving in the hostile environment of Oblivion proved equally effective for transforming the conditions of life in the mortal world. The old systems of governance, built on hierarchy and competition, gradually gave way to new forms of organization based on collective wisdom and cooperative decision-making. These weren't utopian fantasies, but practical solutions to real problems, demonstrating that the challenges facing civilization could be addressed more effectively through collaboration than through the traditional methods of control and domination. Economic systems began to evolve as well, moving away from models based on scarcity and competition toward approaches that recognized the abundance that became possible when resources were shared freely rather than hoarded for individual advantage. Communities that embraced these new principles found themselves more prosperous and resilient than those that clung to traditional economic structures. The transformation also revealed new understanding of magic and mystical practice. Instead of viewing magical abilities as rare gifts possessed by a select few, people began to recognize that everyone had the potential to influence reality through focused intention and collective will. This democratization of mystical capability didn't diminish the achievements of traditional mages, but expanded them, creating possibilities for magical practice that had never existed when power was concentrated in individual hands. Educational systems evolved to reflect these new realities, moving away from competitive models that pitted students against each other toward collaborative approaches that recognized learning as a collective endeavor. Knowledge ceased to be a commodity to be hoarded, and instead became a shared resource that grew stronger when distributed freely among all members of the community. The arts flourished under these new conditions, as creators discovered that their greatest works emerged from collaborative processes that tapped into collective inspiration rather than individual genius. Music, literature, visual arts, and performance began to reflect the interconnected nature of consciousness, creating works that resonated with audiences on levels that individual creativity had never been able to reach. Even warfare began to transform, as the expansion of collective consciousness made it increasingly difficult for people to harm others without experiencing that harm themselves. Military conflicts that had raged for generations simply ended as the participants developed empathetic connections that made violence psychologically unbearable. This wasn't pacifism imposed from outside, but a natural evolution of consciousness that recognized the futility of harming what was ultimately part of oneself. The religious and spiritual implications of the transformation were equally profound. Traditional concepts of individual salvation and personal relationship with divine forces gave way to understanding that recognized the sacred nature of collective consciousness itself. People began to experience divinity not as something external to be worshipped, but as something internal to be cultivated and shared with others. This shift in spiritual understanding didn't eliminate the role of the gods and Daedric princes, but placed them in new context. Rather than being viewed as beings of fundamentally different nature from mortals, they began to be understood as examples of what consciousness could become when it evolved beyond the limitations of individual identity. The gap between mortal and divine consciousness was revealed to be one of degree rather than essential nature. The Hist themselves served as guides and teachers throughout this process, sharing their ancient wisdom while allowing their children to explore new possibilities that even they hadn't anticipated. The relationship between the trees and their transformed offspring evolved from one of guidance and protection to one of mutual learning and shared exploration of consciousness's unlimited potential. As the transformation continued to spread and deepen, it became clear that what had begun as a response to the Oblivion Crisis had become something far more significant, a fundamental evolution in the nature of sentient existence that would continue to unfold for generations to come. The seeds planted by the Hist had grown into a forest of possibilities that stretched far beyond the borders of Black Marsh, or even Tamriel itself. The story of the Argonians during the Oblivion Crisis thus becomes more than just an account of military victory or political transformation. It becomes a blueprint for evolution itself, demonstrating how consciousness can transcend its apparent limitations when guided by wisdom, patience, and collective will. Their triumph over the forces of Oblivion was remarkable not because they defeated a powerful enemy, but because they transformed both themselves and their enemies in the process. In the end, the greatest lesson of their story may be that true victory doesn't come from destroying one's opponents, but from evolving beyond the need for opposition itself. The Argonians didn't just survive the Oblivion Crisis, they used it as an opportunity to demonstrate that consciousness itself could evolve, that the boundaries between individual and collective awareness were far more fluid than anyone had imagined, and that the potential for growth and transformation was limited only by the willingness to embrace change. As we let these thoughts settle into the quiet spaces of our minds tonight, consider how the Argonians' transformation serves as a mirror for our own potential. Their journey from enslaved outcasts to evolutionary pioneers reminds us that the greatest changes often come not from external force, but from internal awakening. The Hist didn't grant their children powers they didn't already possess. They simply helped them remember what they had always been capable of becoming. The ripple effects of this awakening continue to echo through the ages of Tamriel, creating possibilities that stretch far beyond the immediate aftermath of the crisis. Scholars who study these events centuries later speak of finding traces of the transformation in the most unexpected places, architectural innovations that seem to grow rather than being built, agricultural techniques that work in harmony with natural cycles instead of fighting against them, diplomatic solutions that arise from shared understanding rather than negotiated compromise. But perhaps the most profound legacy lies in what the Argonians proved about the nature of identity itself. They demonstrated that the boundaries we draw between self and other, between individual and collective, between possible and impossible, are far more malleable than we dare to imagine. Their communion with the Hist revealed that consciousness isn't confined within the skull or limited by the span of a single lifetime. It's something that can expand and contract, merge and separate, evolve and transform according to needs and circumstances we're only beginning to understand. The children of the marsh showed us that evolution isn't something that happens to us over millennia of gradual change. It's something we can choose, something we can participate in, something we can guide and direct when we have the wisdom to see beyond the limitations of our current understanding. They proved that the greatest transformations come not from rejecting what we've been, but from discovering what we've always had the potential to become. Their victory over the forces of Oblivion wasn't achieved through superior weapons or tactical brilliance. Though both played their part, it was won through the recognition that consciousness itself is the ultimate creative force in the universe, that when minds join together in common purpose, when barriers dissolve and possibilities multiply, when individual fear gives way to collective courage, there are no limits to what can be accomplished. As you drift towards sleep tonight, let the gentle murmur of the swamp winds carry these truths into your dreams. Remember that transformation is always possible, that consciousness is always evolving, and that the greatest adventures lie not in distant lands or forgotten ruins, but in the unexplored territories of our own awareness. The Hist still whisper their ancient wisdom to those who know how to listen, reminding us that we are all connected, all part of something greater than ourselves, all capable of growth beyond our wildest imaginings. In the end, the story of the Argonians during the Oblivion Crisis isn't just about lizard folk and ancient trees and battles against demons from other dimensions. It's about the eternal possibility of becoming more than we ever thought we could be, of finding strength in unity, of discovering that our greatest victories come not from conquering others, but from transforming ourselves. Sleep well and dream of the endless possibilities that await when consciousness awakens to its true potential. The marshlands of Black Marsh remain transformed to this day, a living testament to what becomes possible when evolution itself becomes a choice rather than an accident of time. And in that transformation, we find hope for our own journeys, our own potential for growth, our own capacity to become something more magnificent than we ever dared to dream, for growth, our own capacity to become something more magnificent than we ever dared to dream.